print to comply with the reconciliation instructions of Senate Concurrent Resolution 14, the budget resolution for fiscal 2022. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, the chair wishes to announce that it is my intention to postpone recorded votes on amendments and the transmittal of the committee print to the Budget Committee to the end of today's markup. Members are reminded that procedural votes may occur at any time. Because we will not operate using an amendment roster today, and our committee will be meeting in a hybrid format, I would ask for all members' cooperation and patience in the distribution of amendments at the desk. We'll make sure that the clerk has adequate time to distribute amendments electronically to members participating remotely and physically, to those in the hearing room. Members are also reminded that the committee will operate according to the guidelines laid out by the chairman and ranking member in our February 3rd colloquy regarding remote procedures. The chair further reminds members participating remotely to have their cameras on during recorded votes. The chair also wishes to direct members to the most recent guidance from the Office of Attending Physician. It states that masks are required for all members and staff in all hearing rooms unless a member is under recognition. The chair will enforce this guidance. I'll not recognize members in the hearing room who do not wear a mask. In the interest of time, I will forego opening statements and move directly to today's work. All members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. Pursuant to the notice, I now call up committee print providing for reconciliation pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022. The committee print was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the committee print.
Committee print providing for reconciliation pursuant to S-Con Res 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with and the committee print is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Thompson.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with and the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered base text for purposes of amendment. I'll now recognize myself to explain the amendment. This month, the House has been working hard to develop a reconciliation package to allow our nation to build back better. I'm glad that the Budget Committee and congressional leadership recognize the need to strengthen our national security in this package. As we've discussed in multiple hearings throughout this year, there's much work to be done to improve our cyber defenses. The Biden administration has taken important actions, such as issuing historic Executive Order 14028 to help improve our nation's cyber security. But success demands resources and investment. I'm proud that this package that makes critical investment in CISA's cyber security programs. My amendment in the nature of a substitute includes $400 million in resources to implement the President's executive order, $100 million in investment to programs to address the ongoing cybersecurity workforce shortage, $50 million in new funding for the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, and additional resources for other key cyber programs at CISA. These programs have long had bipartisan support. Congress has generously funded many security priorities in recent years, but for too long, funding for cybersecurity has not kept pace with the threats. The cost of waiting any longer to invest in cybersecurity is simply too high. Importantly, my amendment gives CISA 10 years to spend these investments, allowing them to properly plan and implement this new funding. We've repeatedly heard from members on both sides of the aisle and from cybersecurity experts that CISA needs additional resources. Now is the time to put our money where our mouth is. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting my amendment. With that, I yield back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, is this the appropriate time to make my opening statement, or are we going to, is there
Yes, it
any
is.
technical things to go through?
Yes, it is. Mr.
All right, thank you,
Catco is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the accommodation, and I do wish I was with you today down in the hearing room. It's good to see you there, and it's good to see the hearing room being used. Today, the committee is meeting to consider our allotted portion of the much larger budget reconciliation package written by Speaker Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Schumer. This package, assembled without any input at all from the minority, is really not the right way to go about making effective policy and investment in homeland security, especially cybersecurity. And while this committee has forged a strong bipartisan working relationship on cybersecurity and other issues under Chairman Thompson's leadership, I'm disappointed that Democratic leadership's agenda has found its way to our doorstep in a usually very bipartisan Homeland Security Committee. Instead, the Democratic leadership has seen fit to ensure Republicans have no say in informing such consequential legislation. Now, Chairman Thompson is my colleague and my friend, as are many people on the other side of the aisle on this committee. And I know if they had their choice, this would be much more of a bipartisan effort. And I hope to get back to that in the near future. But nevertheless, the question before us today is whether our Democratic colleagues will co-sign Speaker Pelosi's unilateral and highly partisan agenda. Cybersecurity is a priority for this committee, that's for sure. But the process that has brought us to this markup today was anything but bipartisan. And I'm pleased that existing Homeland Security appropriations language increases CISA funding and sets the agency on the right track with proper congressional oversight. This markup today, though, is not about limiting funding for CISA. Let me be clear, this is not a cybersecurity bill. This is a Homeland Security provision of a massively broad budget reconciliation bill that focuses only on spending large sums of taxpayer dollars for a disparate array of cyber programs without deliberative consideration of actual need or congressional oversight. What is even more frustrating is not what is in the text, but rather what is left out. Nowhere in the text whatsoever does the term ransomware appear. Nowhere. Despite it being one of the preeminent cyber threats of our time and a source of recent high-profile attacks against U.S. critical infrastructure. Additionally, despite a virtually unmitigated security and humanitarian crisis continuing along our southwest border, something within this committee's power to address, there are no provisions or investments in this legislation to secure the border and support our frontline Homeland Security personnel who continue to succumb to the impact of COVID-19 in performing their duties. Mr. Chairman, before I go on, somebody's not muting, and I would ask that they mute before I finish. Further, despite significant evidence that the Biden administration's chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan has left the homeland at renewed risk from groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, I am deeply concerned that this legislation does nothing to support our counterterrorism capabilities in the face of this increased terrorist threat, which was verified last week in our hearing in New York City. While we're not included in the drafting process for this legislation today, committee Republicans will offer amendments to improve the underlying text and address threats that matter significantly to the American people while providing critical support to the Homeland Security workforce. I believe the amendments my Republican colleagues will offer will secure the southern border, mitigate threats stemming from Al-Qaeda and ISIS, enhance our cybersecurity and transportation security infrastructure, and support the frontline workforce in unprecedented ways. I urge my colleagues and friends on the other side of the aisle, despite the difficult procedural posture we're in, to change the partisan course of this legislation, written by Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer, and support the common sense amendments we put forward for consideration today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas? seek recognition. Okay, what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk distribute the amendment? Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Meyer.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order that the amendment, Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
A point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment. Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. My amendment today will provide the U.S. Customs and Border Protection $60 million to increase the screening and vetting capabilities of the National Targeting Center. This critical investment will help address the increased terrorist threat to the homeland that we are now seeing given the swift Taliban takeover of Afghanistan just 3.5 weeks ago. Every day, CBP's National Targeting Center works to identify people and products that pose a potential threat to our nation's security and to stop them from entering the United States. Because of the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan, during which time the administration ceded control to the Taliban, we are currently stuck with a nightmare scenario that has allowed Afghanistan to once again become a potential safe haven for terrorists who could launch attacks against the United States. As a leader in the United States government's efforts to combat terrorist travel, the NTC must receive the resources it needs to continue this crucial mission. Just a few days ago, we all reflected on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. We owe it to the brave men and women who fought to defend our great nation, and we owe it to the American people to ensure we never again let a tragedy like 9/11 happen on our soil. My amendment today will help do just that. The men and women of CBP deserve proper funding from Congress to help them address not only the existing threat that terrorism poses to our country, but also the threat going forward. Our actions now will help define the next 20 years of Homeland Security, and these choices that we make today will either embolden terrorists or push them back into the most remote corners of the earth. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman
Mr.
yields
Chairman?
back. Does the gentleman insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 because the amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text.
The gentleman from Rhode Island makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here the amendment relates to a subject to which there is no reference in the pending text. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan fails. The basic text of germaneness and the point of order sustained.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I move to overturn respectfully the ruling of the chair.
I move to table, Sheila Jackson Lee. I move to table.
The motion is tabled. The question is on the motion to table. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those
Aye.
opposed say no.
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 In the
No.
opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
John Florida votes aye.
Mr. Correa.
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green.
That concludes that vote, Madam Chair.
Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Mrs. Demmings.
Ms. Demmings votes aye.
Demmings votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Nay.
Mr. Katko votes nay. Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Guest. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Norman.
Norman votes no.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde?
Nope, no. Wait a minute. Yes.
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez?
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner?
Luther votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer?
Meyer votes no.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamick? Mr. Pfluger?
Luger's no.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino?
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no.
Can I change my vote, please? This is Representative Harshbarger.
We are coming back to you again. You can change your vote at that
Okay.
time.
Okay.
Mr. Payne?
Mr. Chairman, this is Higgins. How am I recorded?
We're coming back for the second round of checking on the votes. We'll get to you. You're not recorded, as I
Yes, sir.
understand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Payne? Mr. Green? Mr. Swalwell?
Green, if I may, ma'am. Green votes yes.
Mr. Green votes yes. Mr. McCall?
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Guest? Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Kamick?
Kamick votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no.
How is Mr. Payne recorded?
Mr. Payne is not recorded.
Mr. Payne votes yes.
Mr. Payne votes yes.
How is Mr. Higgins of Louisiana recorded?
Mr. Higgins is not recorded.
Higgins votes no.
Mr. Higgins votes no.
Is there any other member wishing to vote or wishing to change his or her vote?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? This is Jimenez. What's my vote?
Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez is recorded as a no.
Gentleman is recorded as no.
Mr. Chairman, I recorded. This is Representative Miller Meeks.
Clerk,
Mrs. Miller Meeks is not recorded.
you are not recorded at this time, Ms. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks is no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no.
Mr. Chairman. Okay. Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Harshberger. I would like to vote no.
Young lady is recognized.
I would like to vote no.
Mrs. Harshbarger is recorded as a no.
Yes. Is there any other member wishing to vote or wishing to change his or her vote? How am I recorded?
The chairman is not recorded.
Chair votes yes.
Mr. Chairman votes yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 18 yeas, 15 noes.
The motion to table is approved. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, is recognized.
Reserve a point of order.
Yeah,
point of
Mr. Chairman,
order.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Chair's having
Am I heard?
difficulty recognizing the person.
Sheila Jackson Lee, reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment
Mr.
at
Chairman.
the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McCall.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized to present his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment appropriates funding and additional resources for the Department of Homeland Security's biometric identification transnational migration alert program, otherwise known as BITMAP. Despite the ongoing crisis at our southwest border, This bill does not devote 1 cent to the security of the southwest border for vetting and counterterrorism efforts for threats stemming from Afghanistan or COVID-19 issues facing the DHS frontline workforce, like the U.S. Border Patrol. Not 1 cent out of this $3.5 trillion bill goes to this purpose. That's why I'm offering this authorization of my bitmap bill as an amendment. Under this program, the United States partners with foreign countries to share vital information on individuals who pose a significant risk to our nation. These include special interest aliens and known or suspected terrorists. Bad actors often exploit illicit pathways in South and Central America to enter the United States. Bitmap has protected our nation from many criminals, drug smugglers, and human traffickers. Simply put, authorizing this program will help prevent dangerous criminals and potential terrorists from coming into the United States. This should not be a heavy lift. In fact, in the 115th Congress, when I was chairman of this committee, we passed a similar authorization of bitmap through this committee. And when it came to the House floor for a vote, it was passed by a bipartisan vote of 272 to 119. I'm deeply concerned by the current conditions on our border, and a simple way to start to mitigate the situation is to ensure that the most dangerous of criminals never reach our border in the first place. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge passage of this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Rhode Island has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16. The amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text.
The gentleman makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on the subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, the amendment relates to a subject to which there is no reference in the pending text. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas fails this basic test of germaneness, and the point of order is sustained. Chair calls up the next amendment. The gentleman from
Mr.
South.
Chairman, I move to overturn the ruling of the chair.
I move to table. Sheila Jackson Lee.
Young lady motions to table. Chair will call the roll.
Second.
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on just a minute. All in favor of tabling, say aye. Opposers, nay.
No.
No.
Ayes have it. So ordered. Motion is tabled.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded votes ordered. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa.
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark.
Aye. That was aye. Good. Good votes aye.
Mr. Swalwell. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No. Vote aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice? Mrs. Demings?
Demings votes aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan?
Chester votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer?
Votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria?
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski?
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres?
Torres votes aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr. McCall?
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins votes no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest?
Guest votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks?
Meeks, no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks?
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger?
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde?
No.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez?
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner?
LaTurner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer?
No.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamick?
Kamick votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Pfluger?
Fluger's no.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino?
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Cleaver?
Aye. Votes no. Mr. Torres. Torres votes no. Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Ms. Clark? Mr. Swalwell? Ms. Rice?
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Katko?
Is there any other member wishing to vote or wishing to change his or her vote? How am I recorded?
Mr. Chairman, you are not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 17 yeas, 15 noes.
The motion to a table is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The
Mr.
clerk will
Chairman?
distribute the amendment online in the hearing room.
Mr. Chairman, am I recognized?
Not yet. We are still distributing the amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Higgins. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
The point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would allocate $865 million to the Department of Homeland Security for the design, construction, and operation of physical barriers, tactical infrastructure, technology, and other border security infrastructure along the international border between the United States and Mexico. We're facing the highest number of border crossings in our nation's history, which means the highest number of unaccompanied migrant children, drug lords, violent gang members, human traffickers, and smugglers. The crisis has worsened to a point that the Department of Justice has ordered the Biden administration to return to President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. Yet there's no additional funding in this bill for border security. Terrorists have taken over Afghanistan. There isn't a single dime for counterterrorism efforts. There's no excuse for us to neglect national security. Now, I recognize that many of my colleagues across the aisle, beautiful Americans, some members of the majority party, feel trapped by their leadership's decisions to hijack congressional committees and force markups to comply with their overall political agenda. But to focus on cyber only and for our national security is not reflective of a reality. That's like upgrading your camera security system at your home, but removing your doors and opening your gates. So I ask my colleagues respectfully to consider this amendment as a significant, important factor that we're responsible to support for our national sovereignty and security. And let me close by saying that Clause 7 of Rule 16 has been cited several times here. Let me suggest that the 1.5 million illegals that have crossed our southern border so far this year likely do not recognize Clause 7 in Rule 16. Mr. Chairman, I urge support of my amendment and I yield.
Does the gentleman from Rhode Island insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 because the amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text.
The gentleman from Rhode Island makes a point of order in that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on the subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, the amendment relates to a subject to which there is no reference in the pending text. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana fails this basic test of germaneness, and the point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I move to overturn the ruling of the chair respectfully, sir.
I move to table. Sheila Jackson Lee.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I call for a recorded vote if it's a voice vote.
Well, the question is on the motion to table. Those in favor saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Oscar Meyer votes aye. Mr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez votes aye.
Cleaver votes
Aye.
aye. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark.
Clark from New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice. Mrs. Demings.
Demings votes aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko. Mr. McCall.
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins votes no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman.
Norman votes no.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Meeks, no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Laturner.
Laturner votes no.
Mr. Laturner votes no. Mr. Meyer.
No.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamick.
Mrs. Kamak votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
Nope.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
Vasquez votes no. Ms. Vasquez votes
No.
Chairman.
Mr.
Chairman
Garbarino
votes no.
votes no. Mr. Correa.
Meeks votes no.
Mr. Swalwell. Miss Rice.
Rice votes yes.
Miss Rice votes yes. Mr. Katko.
Is there any other members wishing to vote or change his or her vote? How is Mr. Correa recorded?
Mr. Correa is not recorded.
Do you, how is the chair recorded?
Mr. Chairman, you are not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
The clerk will record, will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 17 yeas, 15 noes.
The motion to the table is approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? No, we need to. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman is recognized. Gentleman will report the amendment for distribution. The clerk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Bishop.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve point of order against the amendment.
A point of order is reserved. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It looks like it's pretty clear what the way everything's going to go in terms of all the amendments offered, but my amendment is very simple. It takes from this $210 million fund for general operations for CISA. It moves $25 million to add that money to provide ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, with 10 years of funding for border enforcement and operations, including specifically funding for collaboration among state and local governments, enhancing information sharing with these agencies, and for the hiring of criminal investigators called 1811 series criminal investigators. They are investigators who have authority to carry firearms, conduct search and seizures, and make arrests, and they specifically fall under
Well, we got right. They got TV interview now.
Mr. Chairman, did the gentleman conclude his remarks, or did we lose connectivity with him?
I've got about 2 minutes left, if I may proceed, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, well, I think we have some problems from a technical standpoint. So we're gonna have to suspend for a few minutes until we get our technical difficulties corrected. Thank you.
Push start.
Supposed to happen doesn't, and the audio that's not supposed to does. You know, actually, I hear myself, and I've turned off my mic. I guess
Having trouble hearing, Mr. Chairman. Hello?
Are we momentarily adjourned?
We need to be. I can't hear.
Well,
Ralph, we can hear you.
We are in recess, gentlemen. That's my understanding.
We're in recess, where you all should just mute, okay? We're in recess.
we have just been informed that we now have sound back, so the gentleman from North Carolina may continue.
Well, how much of my comments got cut off from before, which is unfortunate.
We'll be generous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I'll just recap very quickly. Well, I've explained the amendment. I'll leave that to that. But in terms of
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent that the clock be reset and the gentleman be offered to offer his remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Langevin. So to take it again from the top, my amendment is very simple. From this $210 million bucket for general operations for CISA, it would move $25 million to provide ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, with 10 years of funding for border enforcement and operations, including collaboration among state and local governments, enhancing information sharing, and specifically for the hiring of criminal investigators known as 1811 series investigators. They conduct searches and seizures and make arrests under the authority of Homeland Security investigations. This money would specifically target coordination with local agencies to support Homeland Security and oversight of illegals in local jurisdictions. This is a mission that in many respects has been vilified of late, especially with the development and proliferation of sanctuary cities who seek to undermine cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. The significance of the 1811 series investigators specifically is that this would permit enhance the ability of HSI's Border Enforcement Security Task Force, or BEST, to gather officers from more than 100 different law enforcement agencies under one roof to combat emerging and existing transnational criminal organizations. These are just, so this is a sensible amendment, but the point that it makes is that while we dump blobs of money into CISA, as Mr. Katko pointed out earlier, without any particular direction or fashioning of policy here, there's a total disregard of the border in this bill. And in fact, the process we're engaged in right now is, as I said earlier, you could call it a joke, I'd call it a travesty. We're having every amendment that's offered up on serious issues in this $3.5 trillion spending exercise, all of these ideas and things for members to have input on what Homeland Security will do, and they're all being knocked aside on points of order which are sustained by tabling motions or appeals from the chair's ruling. That's a tragedy. It's very dangerous for where we are. I've recently read the 9/11 Commission report, and it reminded me how it diagnosed how orthodoxy develops in Washington. And once these orthodoxies develop, there's very limited ability to depart from them. The orthodoxies prevent anticipating how risks that confront the homeland might manifest themselves. And when you lock down all conversation in the committee over something as important as a $3.5 trillion appropriations package, you really are subjecting yourself to those risks that such problems may manifest themselves, and you may not know about it until you're looking at a smoking crater. That's something every member of this committee should be concerned about, and all of us together should oppose this manner of handling this deliberation. If you consider our border, of course, everyone knows that just in July, the last month for which we have records or a report at this point in time, there are over 212,000 illegal entry enforcement encounters. And so we have a surge that is unprecedented. It's been sustained on a sustained basis since the inauguration of President Biden. We've abandoned the border. It happens to be the case that at the same time now, we've seen a catastrophically incompetent management of the withdrawal from Afghanistan. So these two circumstances go together. And we need to have effective enforcement of the border. We need to have effective internal enforcement of federal immigration law. Instead, this reconciliation package enables the amnesty of 8 to 10 million illegals. We have, all sorts of other problems that the nation confronts that are not being attended to, even as we go through the kabuki theater of this robotic process of offering amendments, opening up subjects that ought to be debated and considered, and then they are unfortunately all sidelined. So again, my amendment, very simple, would provide for effective cooperation between federal and local and state law enforcement to enforce immigration law under the authority of ICE. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Rhode Island insist on a point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make the point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 because the amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text.
The gentleman from Rhode Island makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on the subject different from the under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, the amendment relates to a subject to which there is no reference in the pending text. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina fails the basic test of germaneness, and the point of order is sustained. Gentleman is recognized.
I move to table. Sheila Jackson Lee.
Chair recognizes gentlelady from Texas.
To table.
Gentlelady makes a motion to table. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposes nay.
Nay. Nay. Nay.
Oh.
Nay. Nay.
The ayes have it. Recorded vote is requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin?
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne?
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa?
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Slotkin?
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver?
Yeah.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green?
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark? Mr. Swalwell? Ms. Titus?
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson-Coleman?
Aye.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice?
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Mrs. Demings?
Ms. Demings votes aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer?
Votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria?
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski?
And with some success with changes made by
Mr. Torres?
Torres votes aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko? Mr.
Mr.
McCall.
Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins.
Higgins is a no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks is a no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer.
No.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamick.
Kamick votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
Pfluger no.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes yes.
Ms. Clark votes yes. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Malinowski.
If every member had an opportunity to cast their vote, how am I recorded?
Mr. Chairman, you are not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chair votes aye.
I think Mr. Malinowski is having technical problem. Can you call him again?
Mr. Malinowski?
Chair will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 17 yeas, 14 noes.
The motion to table is approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk distribute the amendment? Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Guest.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
Gentleman, Point of order is reserved. Chair recognizes gentleman from Mississippi for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this new era of persistent cyber threats targeting our homeland and critical infrastructure, it is imperative the Department of Homeland Security is able to protect the nation against all threats. This defense includes ensuring that the unmanned aircraft system or drones that DHS uses and buys are not made in foreign countries that do not align with American interests. DHS requires air dominant capabilities that drones provide to accomplish many of its land and maritime missions, and utilizing drones is a cost-effective way to provide surveillance over large areas of our homeland. However, many of our commercial drones used in the United States are manufactured in China, which dominates the U.S. market. Of the top 10 drone manufacturers that supply the U.S. market, a single Chinese manufacturer towers over all others, with nearly 77% of the market share. The former Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency director wrote that any information collected by a drone from this particular manufacturer should be considered at risk. In 2017, HIS issued a notice requiring a particular Chinese company that dominates the U.S. drone market. It warned that these drones were providing critical infrastructure and law enforcement data to the Chinese government. Because of this threats and several others, departments such as Commerce and the Interior have taken action to ground their drone fleet until this threat to the U.S. government data can be determined. Our colleagues in the Senate share our concerns. Senator Rick Scott has recently introduced similar legislation to ban the purchase of these drones across the federal government, not just DHS. Given the role that drones play in protecting our homeland security, and with the Chinese Communist Party representing the greatest threat to our homeland in the last 50 years, this amendment is more important than ever. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from New Jersey insist on a point of order? The gentleman is on mute.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I do make that point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 because the amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text.
The gentleman makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, a germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, the amendment relates to a subject to which there is no reference in the pending text. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Mississippi fails this basic test of germaneness, and a point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to overturn the ruling of the chair.
The gentleman has offered a motion to overturn the ruling of the chair.
I move to table the motion, please. It's Sheila Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady motions to table. The question is on the motion to table. Those in favor say aye.
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 In opinion of those against, say no.
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 In opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa.
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark.
Clark votes yes.
Ms. Clark votes yes. Mr. Swalwell. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Mrs. Demings.
Ms. Demings votes aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Takako votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall.
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins.
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer.
No.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamick.
Kamick votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
Nope.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Norman.
Is there any other member wishing to vote, wishing to change his or her vote? How am I recorded?
Mr. Chairman, you are not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Chairman Thompson, on that vote, there were 18 ayes, 15 noes.
The motion to table is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk distribute the amendment? Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Jimenez.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
A point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would provide needed pay increases to the TSA frontline workforce. As we all know, transportation security officers are some of our lowest paid federal employees. I cannot understand why employees who are so vital to our nation's securities are paid so poorly. TSOs have a difficult job in an extremely chaotic environment. The airport checkpoint, their pay should reflect the dedication that they continually show in keeping the transportation system secure. I call upon my colleagues to support this increase in pay for these valued TSA employees. Time and time again, we hear rhetoric that TSA should be compensated properly, but it never happens. It really is hard to believe that the Democrats couldn't find any dollars in the $3.5 trillion bill to provide salary increases for TSA frontline employees who are protecting the traveling public each and every day. This amendment would finally provide TSAs, FAMs, and other frontline employees with the salary increases that they've been continually asking for. These incentives would bring frontline employee salaries closer in line with that to the highly paid TSA headquarters employees. It would also make TSA pay more consistent with other Department of Homeland Security frontline employees. This amendment also includes funding for COVID-19 exposure pay for frontline employees to recognize the significant efforts that TSO, FAMs, and others have shown over the past 18 months. TSA employees have continued to perform their public-facing work admirably during the global pandemic and should be commended. During the course of the pandemic, over 10,000 TSA employees have tested positive for COVID-19, and tragically, 26 employees have died. We will never forget their service and dedication, and our hearts go out to their family and friends. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Agree with the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, I agree with the gentleman. I make a point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 because the amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text, and we should pass HR 903 that would alleviate that problem that the gentleman has amended.
The gentleman from New Jersey makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, the amendment relates to the subject to which there is no reference in the pending text. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida fails this basic test of germaneness, and the point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I move to overturn the ruling of the chair.
It's the best we can do. So we said, you know what?
Motion is made to, and second.
Sheila Jackson Lee moves the table.
Second.
Down by 50%. So competition.
The motion to table. The question is called. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Aye.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote, please.
Chair, because of technology, will recognize the delay. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa.
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green.
Yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Ms. Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Mrs. Demings? Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer?
Gottheimer votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria?
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski?
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres?
Aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko?
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall?
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins?
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest?
No.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks?
No.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger?
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde?
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez?
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner?
LaTurner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer?
No.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamick?
Kamak votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Pfluger?
Pfluger no.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino?
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mrs. Demings? Mr. Van Drew?
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
There we go. I'm going to bring back the panelists who are able to stay with us. I have a
Is there any other member wishing to vote or wishing to change his or her vote? How's Ms. Demings recorded?
This is Ms. Demings. How am I recorded?
Mrs. Demings is not recorded.
The chair votes aye. I mean, Ms. Demings votes aye.
Ms. Demings votes aye.
How am I recorded?
You are not recorded, sir.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 18 yeas, 16 noes.
The motion to table is approved. For what purpose does the gentleman
Chairman.
from
Mr.
New
Chairman.
York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Chair will circulate the amendment. Ranking member, is it CATCO 1 or CATCO 2?
CATCO 1, sir, the TSA technology amendment.
Okay, CATCO 1.
Thank you, sir.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Katko.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
Point of order reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment provides funding for much-needed security technology enhancements. As we all reflect on the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks, we're reminded that we must do everything we can to prevent another terrorist attack on the homeland. This is critically important and timely, given the terrorist threat emanating from a Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, which now provides Al-Qaeda and ISIS a safe haven from which to operate and plan their attacks against the West. I continue to be concerned about the very slow rollout of computed tomography technology at airports across the country. Without additional funding, TSA's CT rollout won't be completed until 2089. That is unacceptable. And given the risk to the transportation system, it's just imponderable to me. It is incumbent upon Congress to fix this. CT has proven to address capability gaps that exist in our current screening equipment. We must be able to detect threats at a lower mass, find a broader range of homemade explosives, and spot threats that are artfully concealed and carry on baggage. CT is the next generation equipment that TSA needs to counter these continually evolving and emerging threats. This amendment also provides funding for TSA to complete the rollout of credential authentication technology, or CAT, to greatly improve the verification and validation of passenger identification documentation. We'll also confirm in real time the secure flight risk status for passenger screening at the checkpoint. Lastly, this amendment provides additional funding for research and development activities to incorporate biometric, digital identity, and mobile driver's license verification capabilities at the checkpoint. This will not only enhance the security of identity verification, but also vastly improve the passenger experience. Providing TSA with new security technology and innovative capabilities that facilitate a more seamless and secure transportation system is a top priority for Homeland Security Republicans and should be for all members of this committee. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I urge all members to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Rhode Island insist on their point of order?
Mr. Chairman.
New Jersey, I'm sorry, I gave you.
Yes, yes, sir. That's okay. I make a point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 because the amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text.
The gentleman from New Jersey makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on the subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, the amendment relates to a subject to which there is no reference in the pending text. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York fails this basic test of germaneness, and the point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I move to overturn the ruling of the chair.
The gentleman
This is
makes
Sheila Jackson Lee.
Move your table.
Gentlelady from New Jersey, makes a motion to table.
Seconded.
Question on the motion to table. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed is nay.
Nay. No. Nay.
The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yea. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice. Mrs. Demings.
Demings votes aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer.
Aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall.
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins.
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman.
No.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Meeks, no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer.
No.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamick.
Mrs. Kamak votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
Pfluger no.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
I apologize. Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Ms. Rice.
Ms. Rice votes yes.
Ms. Rice votes yes.
Is there any other member wishing to vote or wishing to change his or her vote? How am I recorded?
You are not recorded, sir.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 18 yeas, 16 noes.
The motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Norman.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
The gentleman, point of order is reserved. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. As my colleagues have brought up earlier in amendments that have been ruled non-germane, which I think they all were. I don't know of anything as important as stopping the flow of illegals coming into the country. I know of nothing that's more important for the security of this country. We have our law enforcement has to be right 100% of the times. The terrorists have to be right one time. And, the mass mandates that's going on in this country now from this administration is hypocritical because they're not requiring it for the millions that are coming across the border unscathed. But my amendment is requesting funding to support the hiring, training, and equipping of 2 million Border Patrol agents. It provides $210 million for the purpose of hiring these additional agents, which will remain available until it's expended. As I have said, we're in the midst of the worst border crisis in this nation's history. The southwest border encounters reached a new 21-year high in July when more than 212,000 migrants were encountered. It's increased every month. July was the fifth straight month with 170,000 encounters. Drugs are coming across the border. Our young women and children are being raped. And our drug cartels are making billions of dollars on a monthly basis. If you talk to Border Patrol agents, they will tell you they're changing diapers and not doing what they were trained to do, which is sad in and of itself. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge support for this amendment, which I think makes sense and is for our national security, as well as the things that I have mentioned previously. I yield back.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey insist on a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, formally, I make a point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 once again because the amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text.
The gentleman from New Jersey makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on the subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, the amendment relates to a subject to which there is no reference in the pending text. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina fails the basic text of germaneness, and the point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I move to overturn the ruling of the chair.
As motion,
Table.
as a motion to overrule the chair and a motion to table, those in favor of the motion to table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Correa votes aye.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Mrs. Demings.
Ms. Demings votes aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Vote aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall.
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins.
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman.
Norman votes no.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer.
No.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamick.
Kamick votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
Mr. Pfluger, no.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
Are there any gentlemen, ladies or gentlemen, who wish to change their vote? How am I recorded?
You are not recorded, sir.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
Clerk will record the vote.
On that vote, there were 18 yeas, 16 noes.
The motion is approved. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas who seeks recognition, Mr. Pfluger.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will circulate the amendment.
Thank you.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Pfluger.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
A point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering an amendment today to pose a question about the Afghanistan withdrawal and the threat assessment, specifically to conduct an assessment of the terrorist threat to the United States posed by the prisoners released by the Taliban from the Puli-Charkhi prison and the Parwan detention facility in Afghanistan. And you know, Mr. Chairman, when I joined Congress, I knew that there would be a divisive nature, and it's unfortunate. But what I thought, what I hoped, and what I told my constituents prior to coming here about being on Homeland Security and wanting to be a part of the national security discussion was that I thought, you know, the one thing that we can all get behind as Americans, regardless of the R or the D, is fighting terrorism. And I really am at a loss of words for our discussion, for the 2,977 families, the 13 family members, the 13 families of the service members 2 weeks ago. what to tell them. You know, I've got this amendment here, and it's pretty simple. It looks to do an assessment on the prisoners that were released. We've already seen ISIS-K claim the attack in Afghanistan outside the gates of the airport. They killed 13 of our service members and many other people. As I read what CISA does, just reading from their website, it's the nation's risk advisor, working with partners to defend against today's threats and collaborating to build more secure and resilient infrastructure for the future. The threats we face, digital, physical, man-made, technological, and natural, are more complex, and the threat actors more diverse than at any point in our history. That's reading from their website. They say that CISA is at the heart of mobilizing collective defense as we lead the nation's efforts to understand and manage risk to our critical infrastructure. If we continue on like we have been in this markup, I don't know what I'm going to tell the families of those 13 service members who were killed by terrorists, or the families of those that we honored in New York City this past week. And I appreciate your leadership bringing us there. Because terrorists don't care about the domain. They're going to use any domain. They're going to use the air domain, the land domain, the cyber domain, any domain. And I hope that we can arm CISA with the assessment of what these 4,000 to 5,000, 6,000, whatever it is, people are doing, where they're from, what their affiliations, their terrorist affiliations are, and what their intentions are. I don't know what to tell the people in my district tonight at a town hall. I'm really not sure what to tell them about this. I thought that every American was going to be anti-terrorism, and I hope that we can come together. I hope that the committee will pass this assessment. It's critical that we know what these people are doing and how they're going to attack our country and what their intentions are. We've received classified briefings, and I think that this committee would do well to sit together again in a full committee hearing to understand that and to ask DHS to lead that effort. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from New Jersey insist on the point of order?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I make a point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 because the amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text. Once again.
The gentleman from New Jersey makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on the subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, the amendment relates to the subject to which there is no reference in the pending text. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas fails the basic test of germaneness, and a point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I move to overturn the ruling of the chair.
Motion is made to overturn the ruling
to
of the
table.
chair.
Move to table.
Motion is made by the gentlelady from New Jersey to table. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposes, nay.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. The motion
Mr.
is
Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
a recorded vote is recorded. Chair will, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice. Mrs. Demings.
Aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Gloria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins.
There you go. Okay, we're back.
Mr. Guest.
Yes votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman.
Norman votes no.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer.
No.
Mr. Meyer votes no.
You go up. You let me
Mrs.
know.
Kamick.
Kamick votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
Luger votes no.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Miss Jackson Lee. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes yes.
Mr. Correa votes yes. Mr. Swalwell. Miss Rice.
Rice votes yes.
Miss Rice votes yes. Mr. McCall.
Where are we? Mr. Chair, am I recorded?
Someone from Texas is not recorded.
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins.
Continue, Clerk Will.
Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Higgins. Is there any other member wishing to vote or wishing to change his or her vote?
Sheila Jackson Lee, how am I recorded?
Miss Jackson Lee is not recorded.
This is the motion to table.
Yes.
I vote aye.
Miss Jackson Lee votes aye.
How am I recorded?
You are not recorded, sir.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 18 yeas, 15 noes.
The motion to table is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment online and in the hearing room. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
A point of order is reserved. The gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Homeland Security Investigations International Operations Division develops and supports investigations, initiatives, and operations conducted or supported by HSI attaché offices and builds relationships with foreign law enforcement partners to support domestic cases, combat transnational criminal organizations, and prevent terrorist activities. A key program that supports the mission is the Transnational Criminal Investigative Units, also known as TCIUs. TCIUs are comprised of trained foreign law enforcement officials who work closely alongside HSI special agents to investigate and prosecute individuals involved in transnational criminal activity. These units facilitate information exchange and rapid bilateral investigations of many of the violations of law within HSI's investigative purview. These violations include weapons trafficking and counterproliferation, money laundering, and bulk cash smuggling, human smuggling and trafficking, narcotics smuggling, intellectual property rights violations, and other customs-related fraud, child exploitation, and cybercrime. HSI's TCIUs span the globe with locations in 13 countries across North America, Central America, South America, the Caribbean, Europe, Africa, and Asia. TCIUs enhance the host country's ability to investigate and prosecute individuals involved in transnational criminal activity that threatens the stability and national security of the region and pose continuing threats to the United States. And we saw this on our several trips at the border. TCIUs identify targets, collect evidence, share intelligence, and facilitate the prosecution of transnational criminal organizations through both the U.S. judicial system and in foreign countries. My amendment provides additional resources to this vital program and gives HSI the ability to pay stipends to the foreign law enforcement officers assigned to TCIUs. Many of these officers work tirelessly day and night, often under perilous and dangerous environments, in support of TCIU's missions. The effectiveness of HSI overseas stems from the relationship the United States has with our foreign law enforcement counterparts. These foreign officers are an integral part of attacking TCOs at its core, and they deserve to be compensated for jobs well done. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment. I yield my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman from New Jersey insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 because the amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text.
Mr. Chair, I move to overturn the ruling of the chair.
Chair hadn't ruled. Just hold on. You get your chance. The gentleman makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on the subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, the amendment relates to a subject to which there is no reference in the pending text. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Iowa fails the basic test of germaneness, and the point of order is sustained.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for ruling in favor of levity. And now that you have made a ruling, I would move that we overturn the ruling of the chair.
I move to table.
Thank you very much, Chair. Entertains the motion to table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Aye.
No.
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 The ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin?
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne?
Aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa?
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Slotkin?
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver?
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green?
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark?
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
Yes, ma'am.
Lillian's the expert on
Ms.
this,
Titus?
and she should write, no,
Titus votes
right.
aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
Just a minute. Ms. Jackson Lee, you need to mute yourself. Okay, go ahead.
She's the expert on this. She wanted to
Mrs.
pull up.
Ms. Jackson Lee, you need to mute yourself. Thank you.
Mrs. Watson Coleman?
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice? Mrs. Demings? Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer?
Votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria?
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski?
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres?
Aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko?
Echo votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall?
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins?
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest?
No.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew?
Who votes no?
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman?
Norman votes no.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks?
Miller Meeks is a no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger?
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde?
Mr. Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez?
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner?
Lerner, no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer?
No.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamick?
Kamick votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Fluger?
Luger, no.
Mr. Fluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino?
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Votes no.
But are you sending it to the 814
Rice?
number?
Rice votes yes.
Ms. Rice votes yes. Mrs. Demings?
Ms. Demings votes aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye.
Is there any other members wishing to vote, or wishing to change his or her vote? How does the chair record?
Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee wants to know how
Jackson.
she's recorded.
Ms. Jackson Lee is recorded as a yay.
Thank you.
Gentle lady is recorded yay. Make sure you mute yourself after you talk. We're hearing your conversation.
Mr. Chairman, how is Swalwell reported?
Swalwell's voted, cast aye.
Yes, I'm an aye. Thank you.
Mr. Swalwell is an aye.
Yes. How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 19 yeas, 16 noes.
The motion to table is approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Guest.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
A point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is the responsibility of Congress and specifically the responsibility of this committee to fix gaps in our immigration system that benefit criminals. And we must address the challenges that we face along our southwest border. Our law enforcement agents risk their lives every day to keep our community safe. And it is imperative that we provide the men and women of law enforcement with the proper equipment to perform their duties and do so safely. This amendment would provide funding for much needed assistance to law enforcement agencies and states along our borders, working along with U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. Since January of 2021, there have been over 1.3 million illegal crossings along the southwest border. This amendment is imperative to help CBP secure our borders, given the sheer number of narcotics and individuals illegally flowing across our border in unprecedented numbers. In fiscal year 2021, border agents have seen an increase of 187% in cocaine, a 63% increase in heroin, and a 2,067% increase in fentanyl. All of these seized along our southwest border. FEMA's Operation Stone Garter grants provide to state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies that border Mexico, Canada, or share a maritime border. This grant program supports enhanced cooperation and coordination among CBP, the U.S. Border Patrol, our state, federal, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement agencies to improve overall border security. Operation Stone Garden is currently active in all 22 states that have ongoing U.S. Border Patrol operations. This amendment would allow the program to alleviate the stress placed on CBP by providing local law enforcement agencies with additional funding to equip and train officers to successfully supplement efforts to secure our border. I urge my colleagues on both sides of this aisle to join me in support of this amendment. Our law enforcement communities need our help, and it is our duty to help them as they help us keep our families and our communities safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair yields back. Does the gentleman from New Jersey insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I make a point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 because the amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text, unfortunately.
The gentleman from New Jersey makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no provision of proposition on the subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, the amendment relates to a subject to which there is no reference in the pending text. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Mississippi fails the basic test of germaneness, and the point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I move to overturn the ruling of the chair.
A motion has been made to overturn the ruling of the chair.
Move to table.
Young lady from New Jersey moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. Those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay.
No.
Oh, nay.
In the
No.
opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'll request a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice. Mrs. Demings.
Ms. Demings votes aye.
Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Echo votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins.
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Vandrew.
Mr. Vandrew votes no.
Mr. Vandrew votes no. Mr. Norman.
No.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
No.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner.
Turner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer.
No.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamick.
Kamick votes no.
Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
Fluger votes no.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Correa.
I vote aye.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa
I
votes
vote
aye.
aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. McCall.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. McCall.
Are there any members who wishes to change their vote? How am I recorded?
Chairman Thompson, you are not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
Clerk will record the vote.
Chairman Thompson, on that vote, there were 19 yeas, 15 noes.
The motion is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, seek recognition?
Pardon. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and wish to have it considered at this time.
Clerk will distribute the amendment online and in the hearing room. clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Slotkin.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleagues for participating today. I just want to say before I get to my amendment here related to CISA that to my colleagues across the aisle, there are a number of provisions that were suggested today on Afghanistan, on terrorism, on border issues, on making sure drones are made in America if they're going to be policing our borders, that I would be more than happy to work with the other side of the aisle on through normal order. But at this time, Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to offer this amendment, which makes a critical $60 million investment in the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. My amendment would dramatically expand CISA's ability to hunt down cyber attackers. Think Russia, China, and ransomware gangs whenever they target America's networks and cloud technology. It also invests in CISA's work to make those key systems more secure and harder to attack in the first place. This past year, I think, has been a real wake-up call for Americans when it comes to cybersecurity. And it's clear that cybersecurity is no longer just a tech issue that a bunch of national security folks care about. It's at the heart of the systems that we rely on for our daily lives. It affects every single one of us. In May, obviously, the ransomware attack on the Colonial Pipeline disrupted fuel on the East Coast. In June, we had farmers in my district asking about the attacks on JBS, the world's largest meat processor. And then, of course, at the beginning of the year, the SolarWinds campaign against federal and corporate networks showed us exactly how our adversaries like Russia are taking advantage of gaps in our own cybersecurity in search of intelligence. So as the SolarWinds campaign showed us, the widespread adoption of cloud technology, specifically by everyone from the federal government to major corporations, has created a really attractive target for attackers. That's why my amendment gives CISA the resources to take advantage of the opportunities of cloud technology while also addressing the challenges it presents, all to better protect American networks. DHS has told us that this investment would, quote, dramatically expand CISA's ability to hunt down cyber threats across the board, and it will help them better understand the threats facing federal, state, and local and critical infrastructure and inform the way we defend them. You know, in some of those attacks that we had earlier this year, the ones that really broke through with Americans, they kept asking, I was certainly asked in my district, what is the sort of 911 number that I call when there are attacks, when there are cybersecurity attacks? Who's the quarterback? Who's the person or the agency that's in charge? And I think it's more important than ever that we have that, you know, one particular place where folks can go, and we are lucky enough here on the committee to oversee CISA, who is really on the front line of helping us deal with this new and emerging technology. This is also an investment in nonpartisan public servants who are doing the hands-on keyboard work of preventing, detecting, and defending against cyber attacks. I'm pleased that this amendment has been largely pre-conferenced with the Senate and has received the backing of DHS and the White House, a recognition, I think, of the importance of CISA and getting it the resources they need. I thank the chairman and the committee staff for their work on that front, and I urge my colleagues to support the investment in our nation's cybersecurity. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion? Gentleman from Mr. Bishop is recognized.
I actually think this epitomizes just how crazy the proceeding is that we're engaged in today. I don't necessarily doubt that CISA may need more resources.
Gentleman needs to turn his microphone on.
It is on, the button's on. Maybe I'm on the wrong side. There's my problem. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're on the wrong
Thank
side.
you. I appreciate To me, not at all, not at all. Here's what I was saying. I'm concerned that this epitomizes the problem that we're engaged in. This committee print that we're passing or marking up today tosses a bunch of numbers relating to CISA, leaves everything else out that involves Homeland Security, and we've had no debate, no preparation. Ms. Lotkin says that CISA has said this is really going to help them. CISA has had, I had these numbers pulled since fiscal year 19. CISA started there at 1,976 fully FTEs, full-time equivalent personnel. As of fiscal year 22, they're at almost 2,500. In the course of that same period of time, their budget's gone from $1.7 billion to $2.1 billion. In the course of, notwithstanding those increases, we've seen the solar wind thing develop, all these other problems and failures. And so all this does is say, throw another 60 million at them for something that we've seen these devastating problems in. That's not policy. That's not managing the federal government. And this is not at all to just jump in a 17-day period here where Democrats have decided to ram through this $3.5 trillion. This is totally meaningless to throw a $60 million amount out for, I'm not even sure if members even know what they're referring to when they say cloud architecture, migration advisory services, and cloud threat hunting capabilities of the agency. This is no way to run a railroad. And the harm to befall us as a result of just tossing numbers around with no analysis, no deliberation, no collaboration may be very severe. So I'll oppose the amendment, but I certainly hope someone else can bring some more light rather than just heat.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further debate, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
I have request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman has requested a recorded vote. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to today's order, I declare the committee in recess for a period of 10 minutes. I need to borrow your mic. Five, four, three, two, one. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, seek recognition? Is the gentleman from New York, Mr. Catco, ready?
I am, sir.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the break and I appreciate getting back to this.
If
Before
you
I
could-
begin, I just want to note.
Will the gentleman
for the
yield just a
record-
minute? Make sure we get the amendment distributed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Being overeager, sir.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
I'm not sure who is.
it's Bonnie Watson, Columbus, Jersey. Do I need to reserve a point of order against the amendment?
We're not at that point right now. Ms. Watson, go.
Oh, cool. I just ran into the room here.
Yeah. Clerk will announce the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Catco.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I get to the substance of the bill, I want to note for the record what Ms. Slotkin referred to. She mentioned that she was inclined to want to work with us in regular order on many of these issues that we raised here. And I don't think she has to wait for regular order because there's going to be no regular order on these funding issues. So I invite her and all my colleagues on that side of the fence that are my friends and colleagues to vote for these things because this is the only time they're going to be able to do that this year. Mr. Chairman, my amendment provides $210 million for CISA to address cybersecurity threats, including ransomware, by enhancing the capacity of regional cybersecurity advisors to provide education, support, and protection to state, local, tribal, and territorial governments. Specifically, it will enable CISA to advise and support FEMA's cyber preparedness grants, which include the Urban Areas Security Initiative, or UASI, and the State Homeland Security Grant Program, or SHSP. It is imperative that FEMA leverages CISA's cybersecurity expertise when managing these grants, which prioritize cybersecurity. UASI and SHSP grant programs are at the forefront of SLTT Homeland Security, and it is imperative that our partners who are facing the brunt of the ransomware scourge have access to the best guidance possible. This funding mirrors what was set aside for the same purpose in the Appropriations Committee approved Homeland Security Fiscal Year 2022 spending bill. CISA regional cybersecurity advisors are the first point of contact for many of our constituents who are trying to prevent being hit with a ransomware attack. CISA offers several free services to state and local governments and the private sector to prevent and mitigate cyber threats. Without proper communication relationships between CISA and our constituents on the ground, we are wasting money on tools and resources that will fail to be delivered to people who need it most. Since CISA is often limited in its engagement due to resource constraints, it is incumbent upon this committee to address this issue. And before I close, Mr. Chairman, I just want to reiterate what I said at the beginning. I think this is kind of a sad exercise. And I think it's a sad exercise because all of us on this committee want to work together. And I know things happened that kind of directed this committee to take the tack it took. But I hope we can get back to doing what we do best, and that is being collaborative on bills, working on each other's bills, co-sponsoring each other's bills, and passing each other's bills. That's what the heart and soul of this committee is about, and that's what protecting the homeland's about. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady from New Jersey had sought recognition with a point of order. I do want to, does she withdraw her reservation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw my reservation.
Thank you very much. The reservation is withdrawn. I do have some claiming time in opposition to it. And let me say, for Mr. Katko's purpose, in terms of sponsoring bipartisan legislation, I think he'll recognize that I probably have done it more than maybe one or two other members. And I understand that purpose, and I'll continue to do that. But in terms of where we are, it's so narrow in terms of our ability as a committee to come within reconciliation numbers. They are what they are. But I look forward to working with you on that. And
Mr. Chairman, if I just may briefly respond, if I may. Listen, that's why I bear no ill will towards you or anyone on the committee. I know you're kind of boxed in on this, and I respect that. And I just look forward to getting back to where we once were. That's all.
yeah, there's no question about what you're proposing, and I think we can work through it. But clearly, in terms of where we are today, it's just going to absolutely be impossible. And I just want to let you know that we'll have to get a lot of what we do scored by CBO. We didn't get it scored, so we don't really know where it falls within our budget number. But I will work with you on it. And if you agree to withdraw it, you and I have had a good relationship. I look forward to trying to make something out of this because it's the right thing to do. It's just that where we are now, we're just boxed in.
Well, I thank you for the argument, Mr. Chairman, but I would respectfully request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Gentleman is asking for a recorded vote. All in favor, say aye. All opposed is nay.
Okay.
No.
No.
The amendment fails. For
Mr. Chairman, can I have a recorded vote, please?
yeah.
Move the table.
Gentleman has, pursuant to our rules, a recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rules 7C, further proceedings on this question is postponed.
Easy.
Is the gentlelady from New York ready with her amendment?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized. After we...
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and wish to have it considered at this time.
Thank you very much. The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Clark.
The young lady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the ransomware attack on the Colonial Pipeline in May demonstrated, a cyber incident involving critical infrastructure can have a major impact on the day-to-day lives of Americans. While that incident fortunately did not involve the breach of the pipeline's operational technology, it serves as a reminder of how vulnerable industrial control systems like Colonial Pipelines can be to a cyber attack. Even just a few days of disruption resulted in significant gas shortages across the East Coast. Future incidents could have even more serious effects. Therefore, as chairwoman of the Cybersecurity, Infrastructure Protection, and Innovation Subcommittee, it is a top priority of mine to ensure industrial control systems are better protected from cyber attacks. One step that CISA has already taken is the development of the the Cyber Sentry program. This voluntary program employs sensors across critical infrastructure partners, information technology, and operational technology networks, allowing CISA to detect vulnerabilities and identify malicious activity. Additionally, by deploying Cyber Sentry across multiple critical infrastructure sectors, this program allows CISA to gain greater visibility into infrastructure network, to develop analytic insights about network vulnerability, and strengthening CISA's ability to better defend against cyber incidents. My amendment would provide an additional $75 million in resources to invest in the Cyber Sentry program over the next 10 years. Investment would allow CISA to expand the number of voluntary partnerships with critical infrastructure operators. It will allow more to participate and enhance CISA's visibility into threats and vulnerabilities facing critical infrastructure. In order to reduce cyber risk, CISA must have a cooperative relationship with critical infrastructure operators, and partnership is the essential feature of the Cyber Sentry program. We know just how important it is to secure industrial controls, but the funding Congress has provided for ICS cybersecurity has not matched the severity of the threat. This reconciliation package gives the committee the unique opportunity to rectify that shortage by investing in important ICS programs like Cyber Sentry. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, young lady yields back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further debate, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those say no.
Aye.
No.
No.
In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentlemen, pursuant to Committee Rules 7C, further proceeding on this question will be postponed. The gentlelady from New York will is called up for her second amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and wish to have it considered at this time.
The clerk will distribute the amendment online and in the hearing room. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Clark.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. In July, my subcommittee held a hearing on strengthening the cyber talent pipeline, where we heard from experts on how to better educate our workforce to meet today's cyber threats. It was apparent at the hearing that there are many programs in the federal government and across the country working to develop the next generation of cybersecurity experts, but we are still far behind where we need to be. Therefore, I am pleased that we are taking action today to add resource to CISA's cyber education and training programs going forward. By making a $100 million investment over the next 10 years, CISA's cybersecurity workforce development and education efforts, we are taking an important step in investing in the future of our cybersecurity workforce. My amendment clarifies that the resources in this fund also invest in existing partnerships with historically Black colleges and universities, other minority-serving institutions, and community colleges. For far too long, our nation's cybersecurity workforce has not reflected the diversity of our country. According to one estimate, only 9% of cybersecurity workers are Black and only 4% are Hispanic. That is unacceptable. We are leaving too much talent untapped. Cybersecurity jobs pay well, and the field is growing. Yet it is clear that investments have been lacking when it comes to certain communities. A key competitive advantage we have over our adversaries is diversity, but these numbers demonstrate we are not reaching every community as we work to develop our cyber talent pool. HBCUs and MSIs in community colleges have long track records of educating students of color and preparing them for careers across numerous industries. They are great partners to CISA and have a role to play in expanding efforts to address our cyber workforce shortage with this funding. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there any further discussion? There being no further debate, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No. Say no.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion amendment is approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Galvarino, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment online and to the members present.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Garbarino.
The gentleman from New Jersey, New York, is recognized. Mr. Galvarino for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment will set aside funding from the operations and support allocation to bolster CISA's work in threat hunting and cybersecurity exercises. Threat hunting is CISA's leading capability to identify, analyze, and respond to significant cyber threats across all domains. CISA's threat mitigation efforts include providing defenders with detective, preventative, and predictive threat information. Based on prioritized threats, CISA also hunts for adversary activity in stakeholder networks and conducts remote hunts and incident response. This work is among the most important work that CISA does. It keeps our adversaries out of our federal networks, and it ensures they're found quickly when they get in. We simply cannot afford to neglect this mission. The FY22 Appropriations Committee approved DHS funding bill includes nearly $280 million for this work, $117 million increase over the last year's enacted bill. My amendment would ensure that the operations and support funding is appropriately allocated to this critical work. Something that I think everyone on this committee, we've heard already people say about the attacks that our nation has faced, that our .gov websites have faced. We need to make sure that the money that is being spent here is actually going to where it needs to go, and this amendment does that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Would the gentleman be willing to withdraw his amendment and work with me to make sure that Legislative Budget Office and state and local cyber officials have an opportunity to respond?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to request that we have a vote on the amendment.
Thank you very much. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The young lady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, on her point of order. Will you withdraw it?
Withdraw my point of order. Thank you.
Young lady withdraws her point of order. All those in favor of the amendment as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposes no.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I recall, I request the ayes and nays.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote pursuant to Section 7C. That amendment will be postponed until, the vote will be postponed until later this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For what young lady from Texas seeks recognition, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and wish to have it considered at this time.
Clerk will distribute online the amendment and for the members who are present. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Jackson Lee.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A new report from cybersecurity from Sophos indicates that ransomware recovery costs have shot up in the past year, with the average case approaching $2 million in total expenses. This is up from an average of $761,000 in 2020. I remember some years back as a member of this committee, being the chair of the then Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, which I visited a water and sewage plant and looked at the exposure of that particular plant to the potential of a terrorist attack. And of course, now in a more sophisticated manner, the whole infrastructure, the cyber infrastructure of that plant being shut down and impacting thousands and millions of residents in the surrounding area. One of my longstanding priorities on this committee has been addressing the vulnerability of our industrial control systems to cyber attacks, and as well dealing with zero-day events when terrorists could bring down the nation, not by a drone explosion, but by stopping its entire grid, electric grid, water and sewage, aviation, and many other systems that are so very important. Recent incidents, as the hack of the Oldsmar water treatment facility in Florida and the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack, further highlights the need to prioritize industrial control system cybersecurity. Industrial control systems are generally more specialized to their industries and can be challenging to patch and update because of their direct effect on physical operations. This is a budget reconciliation bill, not a policy bill. That's why it's so very important that my amendment be accepted, because it deals with the funding under my amendment that will provide CISA with the resources to accelerate its efforts to address cybersecurity challenges associated with industrial control systems. Specifically, my amendment would provide $50 million in resources over 10 years to CISA for researching and developing means to secure operational technology against cybersecurity vulnerabilities. I took note of one of my colleagues mentioning the amount of money that CISA may seem to have. This is a country of over 300 million. CISA has a responsibility of coordinating with our local and state governments and be astute on the emerging technology in many of the different states and local jurisdictions that are utilized for those very important cyber infrastructure. We know personally in Texas, where over 100 people died when we had to freeze in the early 2021, and so many people were susceptible to the complete collapse of the state government in being able to respond to that freeze and to those cyber systems, if you will, or that infrastructure. This additional funding will support CISA's investment in research to better detect threats and vulnerabilities to operational technology and prevent incidences and respond when incidents do occur. We know our adversaries are interested in developing the ability to target critical infrastructure. As the FBI and CISA disclosed this summer, a decade ago, Chinese state-sponsored actors reached the networks of natural gas pipeline companies with the goal of developing cyber attack capabilities that could damage or disrupt pipeline operations. The threat is not new, and our adversaries are only further honing in on their cyber capabilities. We have to be able to recognize that cyber is a new frontier of attack. It is a new frontier for terrorists. We have to recognize the word ransomware and the increasing cost. I believe this amendment and this increasing funding in this budget reconciliation package is crucial. We must increase investment in our own research and development in order to stay ahead of future threats. I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And I would also say, Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much for the collaboration, along with the staff, and of course, Chairman Clark. Let us continue to work together with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, because this is an American issue and will turn into an American crisis impacting Americans. Homeland security is not partisan. It stands for our responsibility to secure the nation. Just as I was able to be in New York during the week of 9/11 and on 9/11, the emotion of that day and those days, the visit to that memorial, reignited the fire that we should be the standard bearers for security in this nation. Homeland security, again, to honor those who have fallen, those whose faces I saw, and to respect their families. We have to do our task. With that, I ask for support of my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't requesting time. I did that earlier.
Okay, we just had a delayed reaction. Is there any further discussion? There's no further debate. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The chair recognizes the gentleman asks for a recorded vote pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, for recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute online as well as in person the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
A point of order is reserved. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment sets aside $8 million from the operations and support allocation to strengthen CISA to ensure risk mitigation of threats posed to soft targets, such as schools and other crowded type places. Unfortunately, terrorists and extremists are evolving in their mission to harm America and Americans. Crowded spaces, large gatherings, which include places of worship, schools, movie theaters, businesses, are often the targets of deadly attacks by terrorists for the sole purpose of causing great harm to good, innocent Americans. One of the key divisions that benefit from the funding is the Federal Clearinghouse on School Safety. The Federal Clearinghouse on School Safety is overseen by CISA's School Safety Task Force and is responsible with ensuring the Department of Homeland Security school safety standards are properly implemented. Important stuff. This funding would strengthen those efforts as well as allowing for increased interagency coordination with DHS. There are vulnerable places in our communities. We all know that. And this allocation of $8 million will provide CISA with robust funding to further protect our nation and to protect our great values. We must remain one step ahead of these bad actors to ensure that our country and our way of life, the American way of life, is protected. CISA needs and deserves the resources to allow them to have the most up-to-date practices and training to mitigate these deadly threats. I urge my colleagues on the committee in a bipartisan way to support this very important amendment. I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman insist on a point of order? Ms. Watson Coleman?
I'm sorry, I think I muted myself when I thought I was unmuting. I withdraw my reservation.
The reservation is withdrawn. Let me indicate my opposition to the gentleman from New Jersey's amendment. I will be amenable to working with him to perfect it so that we can get it approved all the way up the line. But at this point, I am not in a position to support it. But I do see an opportunity for us to work on this as we go forward. Would the gentleman agree to withdraw it and let's work together on it?
Chairman, I always look forward to working together with you, but I would respectfully ask for a vote.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen would want a recorded vote on it. All those in favor of the gentleman from New Jersey's amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed is no. No.
No.
No.
The noes have it. The gentleman's
I did, Madison. I don't.
the gentleman's amendment is not approved.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman asks for a recorded vote, and pursuant to Section 7C, that recorded vote will be postponed.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition, Mr. Torres?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and wish to have it considered at this time.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Torres.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The chair recognizes gentleman from New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cyber threats are always evolving. In order to address them, our cybersecurity workforce must have the cutting-edge skills necessary to respond. CISA currently operates the Federal Virtual Training Environment, a cyber range that provides virtual environments that simulate real-world scenarios in order for cyber professionals to gain hands-on skills. At CISA's training environment, free online cybersecurity is provided to federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial government employees, federal contractors, U.S. military veterans, and for select courses, the public. This programming helps train those responsible for defending our critical infrastructure or those looking to join the cybersecurity workforce by providing important classes that strengthen their technical skill set. To enhance CISA's ability to continue to provide training to interested participants, my amendment would allocate an additional $25 million in resources to CISA to operate its cyber range. The value of a cyber range is that it allows participants to take skills they've learned in the classroom and put them to practice in a safe, controlled environment. Additionally, organizations can use cyber ranges to test new procedures and assess their team's response to a simulated incident, providing important insights on how to better prepare going forward. By providing $25 million to CISA over the next 10 years for the operation of a cyber range, we will ensure there is sufficient funding to expand cyber range course offerings and maximize participation. A better trained cyber workforce with practical hands-on experience will pay dividends over time. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this critical investment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further debate, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No, nay.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. But the amendment is approved. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, for his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. LaTurner.
The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the past several years, cyber attacks have steadily grown as a concern in my district and across our nation. In Kansas alone, healthcare facilities, water treatment plants, local governments, and small businesses have all been targeted in recent cyber attacks. And I continually hear from constituents who feel ill-equipped to deal with this growing threat. This amendment would set aside $20 million from the operations and support allocation in the underlying bill to bolster CISA's work on vulnerability management. Funded at roughly $145 million in fiscal year 2021, this account is, quote, CISA's leading capability to identify, analyze, and address significant cybersecurity vulnerabilities across all domains, end quote. In FY22, CISA is planning to increase support for federal and SLTT-related network vulnerability management activities, providing on-site assessments, cyber hygiene, and phishing assessments. This work is critical to identifying and preventing cyber risks to our nation's critical infrastructure and federal networks. This reasonable addition to existing work streams will be directed to management, unlike many other infusions of money that are simply being thrown at CISA without thought or planning. Ranking Member Katko and committee Republicans have long advocated for responsible growth at CISA, and this amendment is a commitment to that principle. While the $3.5 trillion reconciliation package is the wrong way to fund the government, the least we can do is ensure that hardworking taxpayer dollars are spent in a way that benefits Americans and effectively advances our cybersecurity goals. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other comments on the gentleman from Kansas amendment? Just like I have with the others, let me say that I understand the spirit of your amendments, but most of us have not seen the amendments until just now. The deadline was yesterday for the filing of amendments. So I would say to the gentleman from Kansas, if there's a willingness to work with us on it going forward, I would pledge my chairmanship and work with you in that respect. But the gentleman would have to withdraw his amendment in order for that to occur.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I do believe I appreciate what you're saying and would be eager to work with you. I do feel like it's a straightforward, simple amendment putting $20 million into vulnerability management. I would like a recorded vote on that today, and would still be eager to work with you on this project in the future because I know that you share the principle that this is something that's very important to get right.
Any other discussion on the amendment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposes nay. Nay.
No.
Nay, no.
The amendment is not approved.
Mr. Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman from Kansas requests the yeas and nays pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk circulate the Harshbarger amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ms. Harshbarger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Tennessee.
Chairman, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against this amendment.
Point of order is reserved. Gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. The Democrat amendment in the nature of a substitute fails to designate all funds expended should be compliant with Section 4 of Executive Order 14028, improving the nation's cybersecurity. This common sense amendment simply ensures that the Biden administration exercises good stewardship of taxpayer dollars by following their own rules to protect the supply lines of our software infrastructure. And really, frankly, I'm surprised that I even have to introduce this amendment because this seemingly would have been a request of the administration if and when the committee asked for technical assistance on their amendment in the nature of a substitute. I hope this is an amendment we can all agree on. I don't think that Republicans or Democrats want to see our software supply chains compromised. And in fact, Democrats included $400 million in their amendment in the nature of a substitute to comply with this executive order. My hope is this amendment is that not a dollar of this title is spent inappropriately and that our supply chain security is protected. And with that, I encourage everyone to support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time, sir.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. For what purpose does the gentlewoman point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw the reservation for the point of order.
The reservation is withdrawn. There being no further debate on the question on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye,
opposed,
yes.
nay. Nay.
Nay.
The nays have it. The amendment is not approved.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote, please, sir.
Recorded vote is offered pursuant to Section 7C. The recorded vote is postponed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will circulate the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Young lady from New Jersey.
thank you. I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Clyde.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I request that the clerk read my amendment.
Say what? The clerk will read.
Page 3, after line 11, insert the following. Section 50002, GAO audit on use of funds. Not later than 1 year after the date of enactment of this title and every 2 years thereafter until 2031, the Comptroller General shall, 1, audit the use of funds appropriated pursuant to this title, and 2, submit a report to the Committee on Homeland Security of the House and the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs of the Senate, a report on the use of funds appropriated pursuant to this title, including any instances of waste, fraud, or abuse identified by the Comptroller General.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman. Although I support the efforts of CISA to ensure that CISA is properly funded, and I believe I know that you do too, Mr. Chairman, I'm greatly concerned that the legislation before us jeopardizes our shared goal. The text of this legislation was developed behind closed doors by Democrat leaders who are more intent on pushing through their $3.5 trillion budget than they are in actually governing for the people, which includes prioritizing solutions to many of the crises that are unfolding on the Democrats' watch, including the border crisis. It is a shame that after the countless cyber attacks which have occurred in the past year, that this legislation not only fails to mention the words ransomware or phishing or DDoS attacks, but also to fund efforts within CISA that would counter these forms of cyber attacks and intrusions. Instead, the bill provides the following: a $50 million increase to CISA's crossfeed program with no justification, a $210 million increase for CISA's general operations and support. This is on top of the $1.9 billion that was already approved by the Appropriations Committee in fiscal year 22, and $400 million to implement the president's unfunded cybersecurity executive order. In total, this legislation approves $865 million in new spending with little to no justification as to why it is needed. This committee should focus on finding new methods and enhancing existing capabilities to strengthen our nation's cybersecurity, not indiscriminately throwing random amounts of money in hopes that the issue will solve itself. But what's even more egregious than the majority deciding not to prioritize efforts and programs to counter some of the most prevalent cyber attacks that we face, it's the fact that Democrats are allowing funds to flow without any oversight. That's right. Once the reconciliation spigot is turned on, no one is required to account for CISA's expenditures or lack thereof. I say lack thereof because as a rather nascent agency, I'm skeptical as to how CISA will diligently and efficiently spend the amount of money this bill throws at it. If anything, this boondoggle of a bill better sets CISA up to fail than it does to succeed. For example, if we look at the very first initiative funded today, the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, members of this committee would be wise to note that the administration requested only $27 million for the center in the upcoming fiscal year in its most recent budget justification, a funding level that is consistent with FY21 enacted levels. The majority in its FY22 DHS appropriations bill decided that $27 million wasn't enough. So they tossed the center an additional $10 million for a total of $37 million. And now Democrats through this bill have somehow decided that $37 million no longer suffices and that the center actually needs an additional $50 million for a total of $87 million in FY22. $87 million, that's $60 million more than what CISA requested. If CISA couldn't justify a dollar over $27 million, how can it justify a need for $87 million, much less have a plan to spend that much money? I would like to know what my Democrat colleagues know that justifies them pulling $865 million out of a hat and tossing it to CISA without oversight. We should be accounting for every single dollar provided in this act, which is why I've offered this amendment that would require GAO to conduct robust oversight of the funding allocated in this bill. The vast sums proposed in this bill are ripe for fraud, waste, and abuse without proper oversight. And it is the duty of each member on this committee to provide that oversight. So I urge my colleagues on this committee to support this common sense good government amendment that looks to protect taxpayer dollars. I think we owe this to every taxpayer, regardless of political affiliation. And I would hope that everyone on this committee would concur and vote for this amendment. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentlewoman insist on her point of order?
I do. I wish to withdraw the reserve on the point of order, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlelady. Withdraws the point of order. Gentleman from Rhode Island seeks recognition. Gentleman is not available. Let me say that as every member of Congress knows, GAO is available upon request. There's no sense in putting it in legislation. I'd be more than happy if the gentleman would want to go on a letter to GAO asking for any and all review of any monies that anyone would deem necessary, but to put it in legislation, we just don't need to do it. It's just subject to individual members' requests. And I'm sure all of us have done it from time to time. Would the gentleman want to withdraw and join chair on a letter asking for GAO review of any of these funds?
I would request a recorded vote. I think this is so important that we need to vote today on this particular amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your willingness to work together. But I think the amount of money that we're dealing with here is so large. I mean, just that one example I gave, we were tripling the budget of that particular entity. So I think it's very important that we have a vote on that today and that GAO be directed to be involved here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Nay? Nay?
No.
No.
The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to committee rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Kemet, for 5 minutes, well, for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, sir. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady from New Jersey.
thank you. I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
Gentlelady's point of order is recognized. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mrs. Kamak.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Will the gentlelady explain her amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we are
Will the gentlelady yield?
getting a bill that was
Will the gentlelady suspend? Will the gentlelady suspend? We're having,
without any Republican
will the gentlelady suspend?
input. That is just small.
Kemet, yes. Will the gentlelady suspend? We're having some technical difficulties. Does it look like it's on her end? Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we have you now. Well, we had you.
There we go. All right. We'll try this one more
Try it
time.
once again.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady suspend, we still not able to, we're not able to hear you.
Today we
We just cannot hear you for the presentation of your amendment. Now, Mr. Bishop, since Ms. Kamak is having technical difficulties, would you like to submit her amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I certainly will. If I can just check, give me 10 seconds to see if someone else wishes to do that. All right. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. And sorry, Ms. Kamak cannot be heard with the technical problems. I appreciate your letting me advance her amendment. The amendment provides that no funds appropriated by this title will be used to condition the services of CISA.
It helps us, and they need commercial business.
Mr. Norman, you need to mute. Condition the services of CISA on compliance with federal regulations or orders relating to COVID-19 vaccines. As the committee is aware, last Thursday, President Biden announced a nationwide decree well beyond his authority to impose vaccine mandates on the country through notably a number of ways, but particularly upon the employers of every business or notably upon every business that employs 100 or more employees across the country to force them to, through an OSHA standard that's supposed to be forthcoming, to compel employees to submit to a vaccine they object to. What Ms. Kamick's amendment does in anticipation of that flowing and perhaps other things is that the services that are provided by CISA to private industry will not be conditioned or impaired based on this idea of imposing mandates for COVID vaccines across the country. That would be, given that other authorities have been misused to that objective or have been threatened to be misused to that objective, it would be inappropriate for these funds approved in this legislation to be used for that reason. And although that was not exactly elegant, and I could not have done justice to what Ms. Kamick would have had to say, that is the substance of her amendment, and I ask the committee to approve it.
Thank you very much for being an ample substitute for Ms. Kamick. The gentlelady from New Jersey's point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do make a point of order that the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 because the amendment contains subject matter outside the scope of the pending text and conditions set forth.
The gentlewoman's from New Jersey's makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on the subject different from the under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Here, the amendment relates to a subject to which there is no reference in the impending text.
Mr. Chairman, request to be heard on the germaneness issue.
Well, the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment places a specific limit on the use of funds appropriated under this title. Under the rules and precedents of the House, amendments that merely place restrictions on the use of funds that are authorized or referred to in the bill are generally upheld as germane. Specifically, this amendment is narrowly written and only applies to the use of funds appropriated to CISA under this title and pertains only to the services provided by and the circumstances in which CISA provides such services. Multiple provisions of this bill provide funds to CISA for services that they would provide to non-governmental clients. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We will respond to you as soon as we get the ample response.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the gentlewoman from New Jersey withdraw her point of order?
No, sir. I believe that the amendment makes the effectiveness of the pending legislation contingent upon unrelated event or determination.
The gentlewoman has changed her terms of the point of order so it recognizes the germaneness aspect of it. Here, the amendment makes the effectiveness of the pending legislation contingent on an unrelated event on determination. Therefore, the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New Jersey, gentlewoman from Florida, fails the basic test of germaneness, and the point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Move to table.
Motion to table. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Correa. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yea.
votes aye.
Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice. Mrs. Demings.
Ms. Demings votes aye.
Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Mr. Gottheimer.
Votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Torres.
Torres votes aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko.
No.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall.
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman.
Norman votes no.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Mr. Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Laturner.
Turner votes no.
Mr. Laturner votes no. Mr. Meyer.
No.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamak.
Kamak votes no.
Mrs. Kamak votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
Fluger votes no.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Payne. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Higgins. You
Am
are
I recorded? No.
Ms. Jackson Lee is recorded as a yay.
Thank you.
Oh.
Mr. Payne is not recorded. You are not recorded. Chairman Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Emmanuel Cleaver.
Mr. Cleaver is recorded as a yay. Yes. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 18 ayes, 15 noes.
Gentlelady from Nevada seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to kind of sum up some of the things I've been hearing today in support of this bill, and I am very supportive of it, and I thank the chairman for his leadership in putting this in the reconciliation. As this committee knows, CISA has become an increasingly important component of DHS. And with the legislation before us today, we have a real opportunity to make critical, significant investments that will enable CISA to expand its important work securing our nation. This is the next battlefield, and we need to be prepared for it. In particular, I want to highlight the $100 million investment in cybersecurity workforce development and training. This additional funding reflects the committee's longstanding commitment to addressing our cybersecurity workforce shortage. And we have heard that brought up in a number of hearings over the past several years. CISA currently supports several programs that are dedicated to developing the next generation of cybersecurity workers. And they are worth noting because I think they're working and they're very creative. Cybersecurity Education and Training Assistance Program that supports K through 12 cyber education. And we constantly hear that you need to start early, grammar school, middle school, to get people interested in these fields, not wait till they graduate from high school. There's also the Scholarship for Service program that provides scholarships and stipends to students who want to pursue cybersecurity related degrees. And this is in exchange for 2 years of federal service. There's the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Careers and Studies website that can provide the public with information on training and education possibilities and let people know what's necessary to go into this field and how they can pursue it. The additional funding that's in the bill before us today will allow CISA to make a sustained commitment to workforce development and allow this workforce to grow and to diversify. Importantly, the legislation specifically ensures that additional funding will support programs for the training and upskilling of our veterans. It will expand access to cybersecurity apprenticeships, and it will prioritize that K through 12 education in underserved communities where we don't typically have a large number of people in the workforce in cybersecurity. This provision reflects an understanding of this committee that we're going to address our longstanding cybersecurity workforce shortage, and we're looking for innovative ways to expand that access, especially to those populations that are underrepresented in this field. And for that reason, I'd like to also shout out the gentlelady from New York's amendment that calls for working with our minority serving institutions and historical Black colleges for outreach to bring some of those people into the field. And that will help not only with the expansion of the talent pool, but make it more diverse as well. So I think we'll make meaningful progress with this investment. And I really thank the chairman for his work on moving this forward. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to today's order, I declare the committee in recess until 4 p.m. when we shall resume postponed questions and begin voting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, proceedings will now resume on questions previously postponed in the following order. Amendment offered by Ms. Slotkin, amendment offered by Mr. Katko, amendment offered by Ms. Clark, amendment offered by Mr. Gabarino, amendment offered by Ms. Jackson Lee, amendment offered by Mr. Van Drew, amendment offered by Mr. Laturner, amendment offered by Ms. Harbinger, amendment offered by Mr. Clyde. The unfinished business is the demand for a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, on which the yeas prevail by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ms. Slotkin.
A recorded vote has been demanded. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Hold on. Whose amendment is this?
Ms. Slotkin's.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice. Mrs. Demings.
Aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Vote aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall.
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman.
Norman votes no.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Laturner. Mr. Meyer.
Meyer votes no.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamak.
Kamak votes no.
Mrs. Kamak votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
Fluger votes no.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes yes.
Ms. Rice votes yes. Ms. Barragan. Ms.
Barragan votes yes.
Ms. Barragan votes yes. Mr. Higgins. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mr. LaTurner.
Are there any members who wishes to change their vote? How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
Clerk will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 19 ayes, 13 noes.
The amendment, the Slotkin amendment is approved. The unfinished business is the demand for a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Katko, on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Katko.
A recorded vote has been demanded. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Correa.
Chair votes no.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Slotkin.
No.
Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes nay.
Mr. Green votes nay. Ms. Clark. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Ms. Titus.
No. Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Mrs. Demings.
No.
Mrs. Demings votes no. Ms. Barragan. Mr. Gottheimer.
No.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes no.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Torres.
No.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Katko.
Yes.
Mr. Katko votes yes. Mr. McCall.
McCall votes no. Yes, I'm sorry.
Mr.
Yes.
McCall votes yes. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes yes.
Mr. Guest votes yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Yes. Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Norman.
Norman votes yes.
Mr. Norman votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mr. Clyde.
Votes yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner votes yes.
Mr. LaTurner votes yes. Mr. Meyer. Mrs. Kamak.
Kamak votes yes.
Mrs. Kamak votes yes. Mr. Pfluger.
Pfluger votes yes.
Mr. Pfluger votes yes. Mr. Garbarino.
Yes.
Mr. Garbarino votes yes. Ms. Clark. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Meyer.
Is there any member wishes to change his or her vote? How's the chair recorded?
You are not recorded, sir.
Chair votes no.
Chairman Thompson votes no.
Mr. Chairman, I'd wish to
Oh,
change my vote to a yay.
Gentleman wishes to change his vote from nay to yay.
Mr. Bishop votes yay.
how's Jackson Lee recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee's voted as a nay.
You voted as a nay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Congressman Meyer. How am I recorded?
How's the gentleman from Michigan recorded?
Mr. Meyer is not recorded.
Gentleman is not recorded. Gentleman from Michigan is not recorded. Clerk will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 14 yeas and 18 noes.
Unfinished business is the demand for a recorded vote on the First Amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ms. Clark.
A recorded vote has been demanded. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yea. Ms. Clark. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Mrs. Demings.
Aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Torres.
Vote aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall.
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman.
Norman votes no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Mr. Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer.
Meyer votes no.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamak.
Kamak votes no.
Mrs. Kamak votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
Pfluger no.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Clark.
This is Representative Miller Meeks. How did I vote?
How did Ms. Miller Meeks vote?
Mrs. Miller Meeks is not recorded.
You're not recorded.
I vote no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Higgins.
Are there any other members who wishes to change their vote?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, it's Ralph Norman. How am I recorded?
Who is that? Norman.
It's Ralph Norman.
Yes. How is Mr. Norman recorded?
Mr. Norman is recorded as a nay.
You're recorded as a nay.
Okay. Thank you.
How's the chair recorded?
The chairman is not recorded.
Chair record votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
Ms. Clark has indicated she's having some trouble trying to sign on. Clerk will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 18 yeas, 15 noes.
The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is demand for a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Gabarino, on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Garbarino.
A recorded vote has been demanded. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Let me pass.
Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Slotkin.
No.
Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes nay.
Mr. Green votes nay. Ms. Clark. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Mrs. Demings.
No.
Mrs. Demings votes no. Ms. Barragan. Mr. Gottheimer.
No.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes no.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Torres.
No.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Katko.
Yes.
Mr. Katko votes yes. Mr. McCall.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. McCall votes yes. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes yes.
Mr. Guest votes yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes yes. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Norman.
Norman votes yes.
Mr. Norman votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde votes yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. Meyer.
Laturner votes yes.
Mr. Letourneau votes yes. Mr. Meyer. Mrs. Kamak.
Kamak votes yes.
Mrs. Kamak votes yes. Mr. Pfluger.
Aye.
Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino.
I vote yes on this wonderful amendment.
Mr. Garbarino votes yes. Ms. Clark. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Meyer.
Meyer vote yes.
Mr. Meyer votes yes.
How am I recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee,
Ms. Jackson Lee is not recorded.
you're not recorded.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
How am I recorded?
You are not recorded, sir.
Chair votes no.
Chairman Thompson votes no.
Clerk will report the vote.
Chairman Thompson, on that vote, there were 15 ayes, 18 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the demand for a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ms. Jackson Lee.
A recorded vote has been demanded. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
I'm sorry, Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver.
Correa, aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye.
Cleaver votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Mrs. Demings.
Aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres.
I vote aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko.
No.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins.
McCall votes no.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman.
No.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Letourneau. Mr. Meyer.
Meyer votes no.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamic?
Mrs. Kamic votes no.
Mrs. Kamic votes no. Mr. Fluger?
No.
Mr. Fluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino?
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Miss Clark? Mr. Higgins? Mr. LaTurner?
That any member wishes to change his or her vote? How am I recorded?
You are not recorded, sir.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jake LaTurner. How am I recorded?
How is the gentleman recorded?
Mr. LaTurner is not recorded.
You're not recorded.
LaTurner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no.
Clerk will report the vote.
Chairman Thompson, on that vote, there were 18 yeas, 15 noes.
The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the demand for a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Van Drew.
A recorded vote has been demanded. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Langevin?
Mr. Langevin is no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Payne?
No.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Correa?
Correa, no.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Slotkin?
Yes.
Ms. Slotkin votes yes. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Green?
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yay. Ms. Clark? Mr. Swalwell? Ms. Titus?
Titus
Swalwell
votes
is no.
I have Mr. Swalwell as a no. Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Rice?
No.
Ms. Rice votes no. Mrs. Demings? Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. Gottheimer?
No.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mrs. Luria?
Luria votes no.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Malinowski?
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Torres?
No.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Katko?
Yes.
Mr. Katko votes yes. Mr. McCall?
McCall votes yes.
Mr. McCall votes yes. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Guest?
Yes, vote yes.
Mr. Guest votes yes. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes yes. Mr. Van Drew?
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Norman?
Yes.
Mr. Norman votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks?
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger?
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mr. Clyde?
Yes.
Mr.
Clyde.
Clyde votes yes. Mr. Jimenez?
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes. Mr. LaTurner?
LaTurner votes yes.
Mr. LaTurner votes yes. Mr. Meyer?
Meyer votes yes.
Mr. Meyer votes yes. Mrs. Kamic?
Mrs. Kamic votes yes.
Mrs. Kamic votes yes. Mr. Fluger?
Fluger, aye.
Mr. Fluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino.
Yes.
Mr. Garbarino votes yes. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver
I'll go.
votes no. Ms. Clark. Mrs. Demings.
Ms. Demings votes no.
Mrs. Demings votes no. Mr. Higgins.
How is Mr. Green recorded?
Mr. Green is recorded as a yay.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to change that to a nay.
Mr. Green votes nay.
how is the chair recorded?
Chairman is not recorded.
Chair votes nay.
Chairman Thompson votes nay.
Clerk will report the vote.
Chairman Thompson, on that vote, there were 16 yeas, 17 noes.
Trying to make sure we get the numbers right. The unfinished business is the demand for a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Letourneau, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Letourneau.
A recorded vote has been demanded. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes nay. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Slotkin.
No.
Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes nay.
Mr. Green votes nay. Ms. Clark. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes no. Ms. Rice.
No.
Ms. Rice votes no. Mrs. Demings.
No.
Mrs. Demings votes no. Ms. Barragan.
No.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. Gottheimer.
Timer votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes no.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Torres.
No.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Katko.
Yes.
Mr. Katko votes yes. Mr. McCall.
McCall votes yes.
Mr. McCall votes yes. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Guest.
Could happen in a minute.
Yes votes yes.
Mr. Guest votes yes. Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop votes yes. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Norman.
Yes.
Mr. Norman votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mr. Clyde.
Yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes. Mr. Letourneau.
Letourneau votes yes.
Mr. Letourneau votes yes. Mr. Meyer.
Meyer votes yes.
Mr. Meyer votes yes. Mrs. Kamiak?
Kamiak votes yes.
Mrs. Kamiak votes yes. Mr. Fluger?
Fluger votes aye.
Mr. Fluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino?
Yes.
Mr. Garbarino votes yes. Ms. Clark? Mr. Higgins?
If there any member wishes to change his or her vote, have the chair record it.
Chairman Thompson, you are not recorded.
Chair votes no.
Chairman Thompson votes no.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 15 yeas, 18 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the demand for the recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Mrs. Harshbarger, on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mrs. Harshbarger.
A recorded vote has been demanded. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Langevin?
Mr. Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Payne?
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Correa?
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Slotkin?
No.
Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Cleaver?
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Green?
Green votes nay.
Mr. Green votes nay. Ms. Clark?
Ms. Clark votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
Swalwell, no.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Rice?
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Mrs. Demmings? Ms. Badagan?
Badagan votes no.
Ms. Badagan votes no. Mr. Gottheimer?
Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mrs. Luria?
Luria votes no.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Malinowski?
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Torres?
No.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Katko?
Yes.
Mr. Katko votes yes. Mr. McCall?
McCall votes yes.
Mr. McCall votes yes. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Guest?
Yes votes yes.
Mr. Guest votes yes. Mr. Bishop?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop votes yes. Mr. Van Drew?
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Norman?
Yes.
Mr. Norman votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks?
Yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger?
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mr. Clyde?
Clyde votes yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes. Mr. Jimenez?
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes. Mr. LaTurner?
LaTurner votes yes.
Mr. LaTurner votes yes. Mr. Meyer?
Meyer votes yes.
Mr. Meyer votes yes. Mrs. Kamiak?
Kamiak votes yes.
Mrs. Kamiak votes yes. Mr. Fluger?
Fluger votes aye.
Mr. Fluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino?
Aye.
Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Demmings? Mr. Higgins?
Is there any member wishes to change his or her vote? How does the chair record it?
Chairman Thompson, you are not recorded.
Chair votes no.
Chairman Thompson votes no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Chairman Thompson, on that vote, there were 15 yeas, 18 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the demand for a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Clyde.
A recorded vote has been demanded. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Correa.
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Slotkin.
No.
Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Cleaver.
No.
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes nay.
Mr. Green votes nay. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Mrs. Demings.
No.
Mrs. Demings votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes no.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Torres.
No.
Mr. Torres votes no. Mr. Katko.
Yes.
Mr. Katko votes yes. Mr. McCall.
McCall votes yes.
Mr. McCall votes yes. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes yes.
Mr. Guest votes yes. Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop votes yes. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Norman.
Yes.
Mr. Norman votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mr. Clyde.
Yes.
Mr. Clyde votes yes. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner votes yes.
Mr. LaTurner votes yes. Mr. Meyer.
Meyer votes yes.
Mr. Meyer votes yes. Mrs. Kamak.
Kamak votes yes.
Mrs. Kamak votes yes. Mr. Fluger.
Votes aye.
Mr. Fluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino.
Yes.
Mr. Garbarino votes yes. Mr. Higgins.
Is there any member wishes to change his or her vote? How does the chair record it?
You are not recorded, sir.
Chair votes no.
Chairman Thompson votes no.
Clerk will announce the report of the vote.
Chairman Thompson, on that vote, there were 15 yeas, 19 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question is, I now recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee do now transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional supplemental, minority, or dissenting views to the Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2002 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022, SCON Resolution 14, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Empowerment Control Act of 1974.
The question is on the motion to transmit the recommendations of this committee to the Committee on the Budget. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed say no. In the,
No.
No.
in the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, can we have a recorded vote on that, please?
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Correa.
Correa, aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Cleaver.
Aye.
Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Green.
Green votes yay.
Mr. Green votes yea. Ms. Clark.
Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Mrs. Demings.
Aye.
Mrs. Demings votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer.
Gottheimer votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Vote aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Katko.
No.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins.
No.
Mr. Guest.
Guest votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
All right.
Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Norman.
No.
Mr. Norman votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mr. Clyde.
Clyde votes no.
Mr. Clyde votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner votes no.
Mr. LaTurner votes no. Mr. Meyer.
Mayor votes no.
Mr. Meyer votes no. Mrs. Kamak.
Kamak votes no.
Mrs. Kamak votes no. Mr. Fluker.
Blue votes no.
Mr. Fluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no.
Fucking yeah.
Is there a member who wishes to change his or her vote? How's chair record?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not recording.
McCall, gentleman's not recorded. Gentleman is not recorded. Chair votes aye.
Chairman Thompson votes aye.
Clerk will announce the vote.
Chairman Thompson, on that vote, there were 19 yeas, 14 noes.
The motion is agreed to. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. This concludes the consideration of the committee's print noticed by the committee for today. Mr. Katko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I ask that members have 2 calendar days to file with the clerk of the committee supplemental, additional, or minority views on each of the bills ordered reported by the committee today.
Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any necessary technical or conforming changes to reflect the actions of the committee. There being no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.